Let's try this again. Let's try to finally finish this thing. So for anybody who was the live stream yesterday, you'll see that well, yesterday I finished the top, everything above the mouth here, and last night I did a little bit here. I did all this last night after the stream. I figured I was gonna finish the snake today, so I figured I should finish it on stream since I started it on stream. Maybe it'd be cool to see it finally finished. I don't know. All right. So first I'm gonna finish the scales on the bottom of the mouth here, and then I'm gonna finally get to the body of the snake, and then I'll probably rig it on my own, like off stream or something. So I'm basically, I think I'm using a reference. So all the time that whenever I stop kind of temporarily, I'm using, oh hey, Keelan, Snake Boy's looking good. That's good. That's good. It's not done yet though, but I'm glad it's looking good so far. But yeah. So for this, so I was using a tool called what's it call it? It's called Shrink Wrap for this. As you can see, like no matter where I move it, and like that, the actual model is like out here, as you can see. But I set it to Shrink Wrap, which basically means that it'll attach to whatever 3D model I tell it to. So as you can see, if I turn that off, it's out here. Then I told it to shrink wrap to the snake head. I told it to shrink wrap to this guy. And so when I tell it to do that, no matter where I move it, it'll stick to it. So that's what I did for the top, but for the bottom, it didn't work because I don't know, there was an error. So now I have to actually combine all the scales physically and without any shortcuts. Which who who likes doing that? It's a cool part about blenders. There's so many different modifiers and shortcuts and things like that. But you know. But yeah, it should be. I don't know if I'm gonna. I mean, I don't know if I want to have scales here. Honestly, mostly due to laziness, but also I don't even know if the bottom of the snake is going to be seen. Maybe I should. Maybe I should stop being lazy. Also, because none of the references I'm using, I can't see the bottom on any of them. So, like right now, I'm basically using reference to place. Oh wait, never mind. As I say that, I found I found the shot where you can see the bottom. Okay, fine. My references were basically like, shut up, do the work, while I'm making excuses. Okay, fine, I guess we'll do the bottom. Whatever. Keelan says, you think the bottom looks tidier without scales? Yeah, it doesn't look bad without scales. I think it looks okay, but still. But also, I'm thinking I might want to color the actual head black, and then have the scales be the actual color of it, and that wouldn't really work for that. I'm thinking I might do this. Hang on, I might do that, and then have the scale, or maybe not completely black, but like dark. Um, and then have the scales be the color, because that's kind of how snakes are. Like in all the reference, the scales, like when you look in between the scales, it's just like a black color, and so they're covered mostly by, well, at least this snake. I'm looking at a snake called the boom slang, which is like this, which is also a really cool name, but it's also, it's one of these really poisonous snakes that I thought, number one, I thought the scales of them looked cool. Number two, I thought it'd be cool to, since this is going to be mostly a villain character, I thought it'd be cool if it had if it was based on a really dangerous snake in real life. But yeah, all that to say, like in between the scales, you can see like this black color, and so I was thinking about maybe doing that, maybe having the scales be mostly the actual color of it. But we'll see. I don't know. Oh yeah, and I should mention, as I say, it's gonna be a villain. It's not gonna be a villain for Diver. This is it's gonna be a villain character in my other series, Guardian Instance. I actually don't know. Someone asked yesterday who's gonna be a character in Diver, and I'm not sure what. I think it's just gonna be a random alien in Diver, because I'm definitely using it for Diver, but just because almost everything I use nowadays in terms of characters, I need to use for either both Guardian Instance and Diver, because like it takes so much time to work on both. I gotta I gotta recycle everything I use, except obviously the backgrounds. How's it going, Franco Cruz? I'm gonna butcher that if I try to say that out loud, so I'm just gonna say, how's it going? Oh, I think trabajo means work, right? So good work. Okay, I got you. Thank you. I appreciate that. See, I still remember high school Spanish. Trabajo. Yeah. Or trabajar is work, from what I remember. If that's completely wrong, then definitely let me know. Oh, and thanks, Clash Demic. I'm not sure if it was you or someone else from yesterday who asked what character it was gonna be, but yeah, someone asked that yesterday, and I forgot to mention. I mean, it doesn't matter, but because let's just say for now on, I think it's for anyone watching, it's gonna be implied, or it's going to be implied that whatever I'm working on is either going to be Guardian Instance or Diver. It's not necessarily, even though this is the Diver YouTube channel, it's not necessarily always going to be Diver stuff. But it'll mostly be it'll mostly be both series. I mean, no, it's not true. It'll mostly be Diver. I don't know what I'm saying. Obviously, I mean, this is the Diver YouTube channel. And I don't think I'm gonna... Someone actually asked the other day if I'm going to do... if I'm gonna have a YouTube channel for my other series, Guardian Instance, and I don't think so. I think, like, for me, honestly, even if it's not as convenient for people to watch, for me, it's actually been fun to kind of make a series on, that's not just kind of a YouTube thing, that's on other platforms, and I think it's kind of a cool experiment to try and see. Just I mean, the same way that Diver is an experiment on see if I could, you know, if I could make a web series that works on YouTube. And I feel like Guardian Instance is going to be kind of experiment if I could do a web series that isn't on YouTube and that isn't on, you know, like any big, well, Vimeo's pretty big, but YouTube is the biggest kind of video site. So, we'll see. Also, I feel like I have a lot of YouTube channels. Honestly, a big part of me not having a Guardian Instance on YouTube is I just felt like, man, I have like 4 YouTube channels. Like I have the Dead Star one, the Diver one, the Karia one, and I have a personal one. That's just my name, and I think I have another one too, which is a series I was going to do but never really finished. It was called Neela, which was like, it was meant to be this animated kind of vlog experimental kind of thing, and we only did like 2 videos though, and then decided like I don't really know if I want to do that. And so yeah, so I have like 5 different YouTube channels, and 4 of them are animated series, whether they're just one episode or they're multiple episodes like this and Dead Star. So I felt like I just don't want to have like 6 YouTube channels. Uh, so honestly, that was part of it too. I'm like, let's try something else. Plus, I like Vimeo more than I like YouTube in terms of like quality of video. Because YouTube, I remember when I looked at like the first episode of Diver, and maybe one day I'll I mean, I don't know, I don't want to have like multiple different videos of episodes, but maybe one day I'll upload the higher quality version of the first episode because there's like a scene in Diver where there's a shot specifically that's really kinetic. It's like, for those of you who remember the first episode, it's like the shot where Zara's pod kind of like spins through these trees, and then the camera goes inside her pod. Then you see her. It's like one of the first shots of the race, and it's one of my favorite shots. But like the shot in the actual video file is like smooth and pretty high quality, and then when I uploaded it to YouTube, it was kind of choppy in the highest quality, like in HD, and like, you know, the highest quality of the file, it was like choppy and kind of it's like, I don't know, it had like bit rate issues or something like that, and because that's, you know, the YouTube kind of compression is like just okay, and so that's another reason why I wanted to start something on. I wanted to upload a series on Vimeo instead because they have a better quality. But yeah, I was actually thinking of uploading Diver there, but then I figured like, nah, it's just keep it on YouTube. And like for people who want to download or or watch the higher quality version of the episodes, then you could just go to Patreon, because I always upload the episodes on Patreon in kind of higher quality because of YouTube. But yeah, that's my YouTube spiel, which is weird that I'm saying this on YouTube. I always feel like there's some YouTube agent watching. It's gonna be like, "What'd you say about me?" It's like, nothing. It's like, I didn't know you were listening. But yeah, I think, Alright, the bottom of the snake head is pretty complicated. Okay, let's start. This is kind of difficult because there's like a couple blind spots in like the references I'm using, so there's some parts where I can't really see. Okay. Alright. I think I got it. Okay, so this comes down here like that. I feel like it'd probably be better for you guys if you could see the kind of reference I'm using on screen, but that's okay. I'll show, maybe, wait, hang on. Nah, it doesn't matter. I was about to show it, but like, it doesn't matter because just showing it once won't really show exactly what I'm doing. Just trust me. It's you know, it's accurate. Or I mean, all the references I'm using are just from Google. So if you look up the snake called the boom slang on Google, you'll see what I'm looking at. after this though, I am going to do some diver stuff. So I have to finish this character design that I've been working on for episode 3 of Diver for the past like couple weeks that I've been kind of slacking on. Actually, 2 character designs. So after I finish the snake, I'm gonna start working on that. Okay. Oh, thank God. Okay, so from the look of the reference I'm using, there's 2 big scales here, which there's 1 and then it's 2. Which is perfect for me. Hey, Urban Midnight. Thanks. Yeah, it's coming along. It was extremely tedious, but it's paying off. Extremely tedious to get this far. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. The snake going to have a minor, for anyone who didn't read it, the snake going to have a minor role, just like the sucker and Segi. Pretty much exactly like that. Um, Actually, maybe you actually just gave me a good idea. I mean, I might also use it for the next episode, too. Like, my initial idea was I was going to use it as sort of an alien, because the new episode, um, I'm not sure if I said this on social media or not, but I've said it in the streams. But it's gonna take place at a party scene, and so there's not gonna be a race next episode. But I think the next race will be either episode 5 or 6. I think it's gonna be episode 5. Um, but yeah, the next episode is gonna be at a party, and I was thinking about using a snake as like the snake head as like an alien head for, like, snake like alien creature, and I think I will do that. But you actually just gave me an idea that maybe for the next race scene there will be like snake like creatures, like similar to the bug creature and the sort of the flying pincer creature in episode 2 that the guy crashed into and died in episode 2. Spoilers for anyone who hasn't seen episode 2. But guy dies. Um, but yeah, I think I'm also gonna do that because I kind of want to incorporate some kind of creature, which I think it's pretty clear for people who've watched so far that the first 2 episodes have had them. But I kind of want to incorporate some kind of a species, alien thing in every race in some kind of way. So yeah, maybe there'll be like a snake in the next race. Maybe there'll be like snakes. To some alien Ghibli style. I think I think be well for the creature, because it's gonna be on like the head, because it's gonna be a head of a character. I don't think I need to change the style of the snake too much, because there's no humans with snake heads. So I think it's okay if it's a Earth snake design, if it's on a character's head. But for if they're actually like alien creatures in the next race episode, then yeah, I might stylize it a bit. Um, Actually, not sure how. Maybe they're like, I don't know. Well, the character in Guardian Instance that's gonna that's gonna use this model. I'm actually making individual scales because and I'm not doing it the the easier way, which is probably to just sculpt the scales into the mesh, which would probably be easier. But I'm making individual scales because I want to kind of move them. Like I want to be able to move them manually, and kind of I think I got the idea from speaking of Ghibli from the movie Spirited Away. Like for anyone who has seen the movie, there's a dragon character, and like his scales kind of move on this, and I think a couple of times throughout the movie, and especially like at the end where he transforms. But and I think I got the idea from that, the like moving scales. But yeah, that's how the villain character is gonna. I'm just telling you guys spoilers now, but that's how there's a villain character Guardian. It's in my other series Guardian instance, and yeah, he's gonna. I created some of his design before. I don't know if any of you guys saw the stream, but I created like this kind of creature monster guy, and that's his other form. But but yeah, I had the idea that because instead of just like a solid snake, I mean I mean a solid model of a snake. I don't mean Solid Snake from Metal Gear Solid. I mean like instead of just a solid model of a snake, I thought it'd be cool if like the scales kind of moved around and things like that, just to give it something kind of interesting. And so all this to say that for if it does become an alien, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll just move around the scales, and that'll be its kind of unique design. Because otherwise, yeah, it would be, it would kind of just be a snake from Earth. Um, but I'm not sure. I don't know. Or maybe it has arms. I don't know. Maybe I'll give it arms if it's an alien. Then again, it'd probably just look like a salamander or something. I don't know. It's a good question. If you want to keep the head snake like a humanoid type, Liru snake. What is that? But I mean, I wouldn't uh, create a whole other like it would be way too difficult because this would be an extra character. So I wouldn't create a whole body. I would use a body that I probably already have if I'm gonna use the head for a next episode because that would kind of defeat the purpose of like of having an extra because that would like creating a whole body would be like the same amount of work as the principal character, and so like for the extra characters, so the characters like in the backgrounds, I I typically just use kind of models that I already have. If that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. But yeah. Because like this is over. Why is this over that? I'll fix that later. Let me see if I have another. All right. Let me save this. I'll be right back. Hang on. Okay. Alright. So now I'm gonna go from using I don't think I'll put on Eustace's body. I don't think it's gonna be like a Eustace is kind of like big and muscular. I don't think it's gonna be like that. More snack. I, is that like the internet lingo for a snake? I've never heard that before. SNEK. What does AFK mean? I don't. Is that anytime I see acronyms I don't know, I just assume they're new internet lingo that I don't know. I feel like people are making new new terms every day. I'm always like, wait, what? Where'd that come from? Like I thought I was hip. Meanwhile, younger people are like, people who are hip don't say that. They don't say hip anymore. I'm like, what? Oh, away from keyboard. Okay. Wow, there's a word for that. I didn't even. I guess it makes sense since uh, in this age of streaming a lot. Now I forget what I was saying before. Am I on Tik? I'd never heard of Tok Tok, but no, I'm not on TikTok. Someone actually, I think, suggested that. I think that was my brother. I don't remember, but someone suggested that like I have like a site or I have like a social media thing for one of my series on TikTok, and I was like, I don't know about that. Keyboard. I'm a gamer. I just don't game. I don't play online. I don't play like online games or whatever. I did like back in the day, but yeah, I've never been like a Call of Duty person or like or just. I mean, those aren't the only kind of online games anymore, especially. But yeah, I'm just like recently I've been just playing a lot of Battlefront, which I'm super late on, and I beat Devil May Cry 5 way in the, around the time when quarantine first started because it was quarantined and so I was bored and so I started playing video games again. And I beat Devil May Cry 4, which I was like 10 years late on, and then I realized Devil May Cry 5 is already out. And this is from somebody who's a huge Devil May Cry fan. Like, I grew up, like, those were my favorite games growing up. And yet, ever since I kind of graduated high school, I stopped playing video games. I stopped being a crazy gamer. Because I don't know, I had to leave home and then I had a lot of stuff to do. And yeah, I just never got around. I never got back to it until recently, until like this year, kind of, or last year too. Cause I was playing, or whenever Spider-Man came out, that's when I sort of started to get back into it. I think that was 2018. But yeah, not like a big game, because obviously, I mean, I do this, like I do, and also work, so it's like, this is kind of like my hobby, so I don't really, like this, like when I kind of left high school, like, you know, making movies and stuff kind of became my main hobby, and so, which is crazy because I was like, I spent like all my money on games when I was a kid, like all my money, but yeah. It's crazy looking back on it. Cause it was like, that was like my whole life. Even though I was into movies and stuff too. But like, that was like any allowance or anything that I got, I was like, I need to get the next game. But still, I mean, in terms of the away from keyboard thing, I've never been like a PC gamer. Like mostly because I've never had like a PC good enough to like game with. Like, so I've always been a PlayStation guy. I actually don't think. I think I said this in the stream a couple days ago, but besides, like we got, or I say we, when I say that I mean, like my mom got one for like when I think around the time I graduated high school and I wasn't even living at home because I was at the dorms in school. Like my mom got a Wii, mostly for herself. Oh, actually no, I think it was senior year of high school, and that was like the only Nintendo or any other console other than PlayStation that we ever had. And so yeah, I've always been a PlayStation guy. Even though I always kind of wanted a lot of games that came out on PC. Like some big Star Wars fan, I always wanted this Jedi Academy games, like Jedi Outcast and or no, not they're not called Jedi Academy games, but one of them's called Jedi Academy. I forget what they're actually called. One of them was Jedi Outcast, which I remember was like the most popular game when I was a kid, when I was younger. And I was a big Star Wars fan, and we couldn't get it because we didn't have a PC and didn't have Xbox. I think it was on Xbox. So yeah, I've always been just a PlayStation guy. And now, you know, even still, just have a PlayStation 4. Oh, also Ninja Gaiden was another game I really want Ninja Gaiden because I'm a third person action guy, action game guy. Those are my like preferred games, and so I always wanted Ninja Gaiden, and I never played it because it was only on Xbox. This is the tragic story of a PlayStation only gamer. Not too tragic though, because I mean I loved a lot. I mean I loved like Kingdom Hearts and Devil May Cry and a lot of Capcom games that were only on PlayStation. Like Onimusha was like my game, and I'm pretty sure that those were only on PlayStation and yeah, a lot of games. Kingdom Hearts. I mean, like the original Kingdom Hearts. I'm pretty sure Kingdom Hearts 3 is on everything, but you know. Oh yeah, that's another reason why I haven't played online for PS4 because yeah, because it's not free. It's funny because I bought Battlefront over like around the time the quarantine was starting because I was playing a lot of video games and then my brother was over and he's like, yeah, you should play online. And I'm like, yeah, like I didn't want to anyway. Then he's like, you should play online. And then I tried. I'm like, wait, you have to pay for this? I'm like, I'm not doing that. Uh, I'm in final year of college. I have to write a paper on immersive 3D environments. I mean, that that is that bad? I don't know. That sounds way better than papers I had to write when I was in college, which I never finished, by the way. I mean, I finished the papers. I never finished my degree. PlayStation bad, Xbox. No, I mean, not for me. Most of the games, even though there were games that I wanted to play on other platforms or whatever consoles, like most of the games I ever wanted were on PlayStation anyway. So but yeah, and hopefully I can get the PS5, but I'm not paying all that money for it. I gotta wait like a few years. What college course? You mean like what was my major? I was a I wanted to be a film major, but you had to be communications first. So I was a communications major, and then I left the school uh, to save. I think was it. I don't even remember why. I think at the time it was like to save money. And then I went to Art Institute for a while to study animation, and then I left there too. No, I think I left the Art Institute to save money, and I left Penn State just because I don't even remember. I honestly don't remember. But but both the reasons were basically I don't know. I kind of ultimately I kind of was realizing that didn't really need school for what I was trying to do. I ended up learning more about like making movies after I got out of college. Weirdly. Also, wasn't PS3, at least I think the first version of PS3, didn't it do what's it called when you could play previous versions of PlayStation? I think it's like cross platforming or something. But didn't weren't you able to play like PS1 and PS2 games on PS3 originally? I think they changed it though. Like, but pretty sure they had that, which was amazing. Then they messed it up. And I don't think you can with the PS5 either, which is kind of lame. But I still have my PS2 though, and PS3. So, well, the PS3 isn't mine, and it's my brother's. Backwards compatibility, yeah, that's what it's called. Yeah, it kind of sucks that the PS5 doesn't do that because it sucked that the PS4 couldn't do that. But I mean, it's not a big deal for me. But like a lot of people are like, want to play like their old PS2 games. For me, it's not a big deal because I still have most of them. I do want a PS5 though. Whoa, whoa! I don't know if you guys can hear that. That's my dog. I'll be right back. Okay. Um. So now I basically have to guess what to do next here, because I can't see the bottom of the snake on my reference. I'm just gonna make up something. Let's do. Okay. Okay. These scales I am making up. So. Okay. Hang on again. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. No longer AFK. Feels weird saying that. I feel like that's one of those things where it makes more sense to type than to actually say out loud. I guess that goes for any internet lingo or slang. I saw this video. I forget what it was. I saw someone say LOL out loud instead of like laughing, and I was like, what's happening? Oh yeah, I didn't turn it all the way up. My bad. Okay. This is always the hard part when doing like animals or creatures and things, is like, so you spend a lot of time going, sort of using references, and then when it comes time to not use the reference anymore, it's kind of like, can be kind of difficult. You're kind of like, you know. But I guess it's not that bad, because this is, I don't have to actually like make a totally realistic snake. I mean, both I'm gonna use it for 2 fantasy series, so it's like, it doesn't have to be super doesn't have to be like super accurate. Okay. Alright. So since this is almost done, now it's time for the complicated part. I don't know. Urban Midnight's really asking he's asking the real questions to the stream, because that is a good question. I don't know. It's something I was actually thinking about before, because I actually don't think green would necessarily work for the villain role in Guardian instance. The other series, I don't think green actually would work, and I definitely didn't imagine him to be green, so I don't know actually. I think it'll be textured too. Actually, I'm not sure if it'll be textured, since it is a character, and it's. I don't have any specific rules, but there's the rule, the animation rule, or at least the style of animation that I'm mimicking, that characters be in kind of 2D toon style shading. And so if he shouldn't really be textured, even if it is in snake form. Because I was thinking about texture painting it, but now I'm thinking I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know what his color is going to be. Because, like, honestly, green, like the actual snake that I'm using, the reference, it's called boom slang snake. Like, those snakes are actually green, so I think I'm partly using green as like a placeholder. But yeah, I don't know. Probably gonna do like a bunch of tests after it's done modeling. Okay, I think finally, that's actually, this doesn't look bad considering like all these right here. Hang on. These like are just pretty much improvised. And I think this one too. Like these, like I just completely made these up. Most of the other ones are kind of based on the reference, but these, like, I just made up, so that actually doesn't look bad considering all things considered. Alright, that looks okay. Okay, now I can finally add a stupid body. Actually, I was gonna use a curve, but this is a curve. Wait, hang on. For people, I'm doing that thing again where I use kind of Blender technical lingo, just assuming everyone knows what that is. But you guys know what a mesh is. Like, mesh is this. It's like, dots and faces and all those things. But in Blender they have curves too. I'm not sure if it's in every 3D program, but they have curves like this. And it kind of, it's easier to do something like a snake because you can just kind of you can control it easier. So I was going to do this. I was going to use a curve like this for the body, but it doesn't really make sense to do that because all this to say that I'm not going to do it. But it doesn't really make sense to do that because it's going to be rigged. So it doesn't really make sense to use a curve. Because like a curve would be good if this is just a model, like just a regular model. And hang on, let's like make a shape. Let's make just a random, like a curve would be good if I wanted to just like, you know, well this looks bad, but you know what I mean. If I wanted to just make like a S shape or something like that, a curve would make more sense. But I'm going to make whatever, but I'm going to, you know, manipulate it. Like it's going to need to be animated, so it doesn't really make sense to start it in a curve. So I think I am just going to, make a straight line. You know, it'd be the equivalent of like, creating a human character and having him like having his arms crossed, you know, as his default stance. It's like that would really make sense because then every time you animate the character, he has his arms folded, and that would actually make things more difficult. So yeah, let's see this. Boom slang means tree snake. Oh, that's interesting. Make multiple eyes. Maybe it'll have 4 eyes or something. For the alien, but right now I'm doing the just regular snake for Guardian instance. It should for Guardian for the fancy version. It should be resemble a regular snake because Guardian instance does take place on Earth, even though there are supernatural things. But the point of it is that it's like the actual animal. But for the version that's going to be in Diver, yeah, maybe it'll have multiple eyes or something, or two. Maybe it'll have two tails or something. I don't know. Let's see, how long is this going to be? Okay, so it's just a regular. It could be longer than that. Like, yeah. Actually, it's actually not even. Huh. I'm gonna wait until the pattern is set before I make it, before I make the whole thing. Okay, so right now I'm gonna make the pattern. How do we do this? Let's look at the reference. Let's make it, let's mirror it again. Yeah, he's gonna be a villain. If he goes Snake, be a grand wizard. I'm not really sure what that is. I have a feeling he's gonna be like a bib. Not from the Bible, no, but something similar to that. And and the Guardian, no, never mind, no, not like that. But it is based on kind of a mythical uh, creature, but not from like the Bible or the Garden of Eden or anything like that. And also, it's based, it's still, it's not, it's you know, it's its own, it's its own thing. I, it's it's like based on the creature in the same way that like a dragon in Game of Thrones is based on is based on versions of dragons from tales and things like that. It's like it's still fantasy and made up. Yeah, it takes inspiration from something. Um, hmm. Actually, uh, let's just use the array modifier instead. Okay, this is gonna be difficult. Okay, so I want to have a repeated pattern, but I mean, in terms of the scales on his back, but it's so complicated. Why is it so complicated? Like the pattern. Okay, it's not that complicated actually. I'm looking at the reference, but it looks like okay. The thing is before it turns into a what's funny about like uh the snake, and I think a lot of snakes too, is that like it starts out having a kind of complicated pattern, and then it kind of fades into a repeated one. It's almost, this is such a weird thing to say, but it's almost like whoever designed the actual like snake was just like, okay, this is getting too complicated. Let me just. It's almost like an artist designed the actual species of the snake, and they're just like, yeah, I don't feel like doing this complicated design for the whole thing, so let me just repeat it for the rest of it. Which I'm sure is just a result of it's DNA or genetics or whatever. It's just funny to think about it. But it's like, I was about to say, it's almost like God was designing it. And he's just like, I'm taking way too much time on snakes. I gotta move on to reptiles and mountains and all kinds of. But am I looking forward to Halloween? I mean, I guess as much as anyone's looking forward to it this year, it's like can't really go anywhere. I'm looking forward to seeing, other people maybe do cool costumes, but yeah, I don't know. So right now I'm thinking, I'm debating whether I want to be lazy and just make the repeated pattern right now, like right going from the head, but the actual design, like the actual snake, has a pretty complicated like scale design up until about here, up until about the end of this, and then after that, like after this, here is where it kind of blends into a repeated pattern, seamless pattern. But up until here, there's still more to do. What do I want to do? I guess I shouldn't be lazy. Let's just do the repeated one first, and then I'll decide after. Did I know snakes did have a cool design until God revoked the design? I mean, I guess that's as true as for anyone who believes in those stories. Yeah, repeated will be fine, but it's like it's going to have one, but I think the design in the reference I'm looking at, like for the way that the scales blend from the head into the repeated pattern looks really cool. So I think I should do that. Like it'll look better. It'll just take more time though. Let's see. Maybe it won't. Maybe I can just do this fast. Let's see. Maybe I'll show. Hang on. Maybe I'll pull it up. Wait. Do I have the reference? Yeah, I think I have one reference in the view. Yeah, this is the main one I'm looking at actually. Yeah, you can see here, like it after where the photo cuts off here, it then goes into a repeated pattern. But like you can see here, from the head, that it has it like right. You guys can't see my cursor, so it kind of sucks. I'm like circling the area, but you can see from the head has like all these this kind of cool, complicated kind of design that then blends into the repeated pattern. And that looks really cool. So I think I'm going to do that. It doesn't look that complicated. It's like a lot of little scales. All right. Okay. Here we go. first things first. Let's. Whoops. Let's combine this. Alright, so he could have a scarf. A snake? I mean, he's gonna be a snake though. How would he have a scarf? I think a scarf only works if you have like shoulders in a body. But no. Okay, wait, before we do this, let's so before I do that, I need to make sure these actually. I need to do this anyway, so. Oh, whoops. Not what I wanted to do. Let's rotate. Rotate these out. The thing is, like, the scales need to come from under, so I'm just rotating all these outward so I can fit them under. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. So I need to move all these scales that are kind of along the mouth here. Need to move down. So basically, it'll make sense. Basically, all the scales like here that are on the bottom of the mouth, they need to be under the scales that are on top of the mouth. I need to give them a scale overbite in layman's terms. This is a snake. Nice one. Because scales. I knew that I was saying scale too many times. Because even in my head I was thinking like, because a blender, like scaling is like when you're sizing things up. I was like confusing myself. I was like, wait, scale is like changing the size? Oh, right, scales, right. Okay, this already looks better, but okay, cool. Let's bring this one up a bit. Now I feel like these are too low. I gotta save this. Because if this crashed and I lost all this, I would lose my mind. What? Let's gotta not do any of this again. That's the biggest motivating factor in saving. It's like, I'm not doing this again. Oh, so this one is over this too. Let's make this smaller. Do you have any advice on time management or stress management? Depends on what you're doing, I guess. In terms of like uh, being an artist, you mean? Like pursuing an art career? 'Cause that's 'cause it does get tricky. But but yeah, it's hard to say what the best advice would be because everyone's different. Oh, like in general, I don't know. I mean, I'm not. I probably would be the one to ask. But for me, I try to like uh, take breaks and make sure I get like I'm getting the right amount of sleep, and I don't like, and that even if I'm like behind, I don't like. At least I don't anymore. I did when I was younger. I don't stay up like too late to the point where like it's past like where my regular sleeping pattern would be, and then because for me I don't do a lot of I don't do very productive work when I'm super tired, so it's like so I think that would be good for like stress management. But for time management, I don't know. I'm not even good at that myself. Um, I think just knowing uh, your sort of your patterns and things that get in the way of being productive. I think like knowing that about yourself and is probably the first step to like getting better at time management. And like I said, for everybody it's different, so it's hard to say. But for me, like if I know kind of my pattern, so I know uh, like I know when I'm headed down a road of procrastination, and I know it'll be like, okay, you're about to procrastinate now, and you're about to um, waste the amount of free time you have right now. So instead of doing that, maybe like if it's like for instance if it's a movie like I want to watch because I'm tired and I've been working all day or something and I don't feel like being responsible and I don't feel like being like I'll watch this later, then I'll be like okay, we'll watch like some of it now, or if it's a video game, like okay, play some of it, and then instead of being unrealistic and being like I will shut out the world and I will just completely focus on this one thing I have to do, and I will turn off my phone, and I'll turn off like the internet, I'll unplug the router, and I'll just lock the door. Instead of being over the top like that, I'll go like, okay, we'll procrastinate now for a little bit because you clearly in your brain you clearly want to do that, so we'll do whatever procrastination you want to do now for a little bit. And then honestly, for me, again, it doesn't work for everybody, but for me, once I'm like 30 minutes in to slacking off when I know that I am wasting time, I typically will at least work for a while. I'll at least stop and be like, okay, I had my fun or whatever, and now I'll get back to work. Even if I don't get as much work as I would have if I didn't, like, I feel like For me at least, like I know that like I know myself to the point where I'm like you don't even want to do this. Like you're just you're just tired or something. But that's I don't know how you operate or anybody else, but that's just a few of the things that I know kind of about my own productivity and my own self. Like and that's but also that's from you know doing this for a while too. That's from like experience, which uh, which I guess it's different if you're just starting out and you kind of don't know your habits as much or aren't used to your habits as much or doing a project or something that's more work than you've ever done or something. It's like it's it's always different. But generally speaking, I think knowing how to work with your own kind of work ethic, and kind of knowing your work ethic is I think is important. Also, not trying to be somebody else's or be what you think somebody else is like in terms of working. That's something that I think I did when I was younger, where I would like be like, oh well, this artist that I look up to, they like I heard a story that they did this, and so I want to be as hard as working as them. So I'm gonna you know try and mimic them or my idea of them or how hard they work or something like that. Like that's not necessary. I don't know if any of that helped, but yeah, those are things that I work on every day. I'm up lathing. Oh, okay. Is the assignment due tomorrow or just relatively soon? Oh, okay, good. At least something I said hopefully made sense or resembled sense. Yeah, and okay, relatively soon. Yeah, so and now I think if you, I mean, I'm not sure how you work in terms of uh, in terms of being productive. For me, if I'm like I didn't get this a lot of work done last night at all, then I'll work harder kind of the next day, and sadly, I am one of those people who work harder when I'm kind of rushing to make up for time that I lost. That's just the way I am. I don't think it'll ever change. Uh, but yeah, I mean, if you're anything like me, probably tomorrow you'll be like, okay, well, I slept in last night, so now I'm gonna work harder today. I mean, but school is different though. I was kind of speaking more about like about either work or like passion projects. School, it's like you kind of have to no matter who you are. I feel like you have to work harder than your typical work ethic is. At some point, at least that's how it was for me at school. I think even like A students are like have to work harder than they usually do to meet like deadlines and all that. So that's normal. Because school is kind of like, well, it's college particularly. It's kind of like it's designed to kind of be a lot of work to kind of prepare you to like work in the workforce and all that bullshit. No, I'm kidding. Nah, school's important, depending on what you want to do. Yeah, I'm the same way. As soon as like the hardest part is going from like really not wanting to do either work or whatever, just not feeling it into and then to getting into the swing of things. Like that's always the hardest part. It's kind of like the same. It's like the same thing happens to me, and I think to a lot of people with like exercise too. It's like the hardest. I remember I for a while I was like going for runs and like the the hardest part was like kind of deciding to actually do it. Is like going from sitting on the couch to deciding to like leave the house and and do something really really hard and annoying. And then, but then it's like once I started, it was like, well, I'm already here. Like now I'm outside of the house, and I already took the step that I really didn't want to do. So I mean, I better. So it's like I better work out now so that this is actually worth it. And I feel literally like the exact same way when I'm working too. It's like, well, I'm already, it's already in front of me now. I've already decided not to to do like what I want to do, and so might as well get some work out of it now. Plus, like for me, when I'm doing like artwork or when I'm doing like the work on one of the shows, it's like it, it's typically like even I mean even now it's like the once you get past like the really tedious parts, it's kind of like everything else kind of seems kind of easy. Then you kind of just get into it. Like this doing right now, what I'm doing right now with the snake is tedious and kind of annoying and not something I'm enjoying very much. But then once it gets done, and then once it's like you've jumped over the hurdle, then like coloring it and animating it, all that stuff will seem easy, and then you'll kind of be glad that you already did the really hard part. And plus, you'll be able to compare and be like, well, this is way easier than making one scale at a time and dragging it to a specific spot. And so and that happens to me a lot where I'm like, well, we already got over the hurdle of like the most difficult part, and so and for me it's like I mean, it kind of evens out. Like the annoying things that are not fun to do kind of even out, because then it makes the other kind of steps more fun when you're, and then you kind of get into it, and yeah, that's kind of like my basically what my process is because like after I finish this part of the snake, even like animating it and doing all the things that are actually difficult as well are going to seem kind of more fun because this part is not fun. So it'll make getting through those kind of things much easier. Oh wow, it's 2 a.m. there. Damn. Well, yeah, definitely. Oh, Ireland, right, right. definitely get definitely get some sleep, and then tomorrow, you know, that'll be your productive day. Oh wow, you're from Belgium, Urban Midnight. Yeah, it's like got an international stream. All right, cool, Keelan. Get some rest. I can't believe it's two. It's almost 3 a.m. there. Yeah, get some rest, and now that you told me that you're slacking tomorrow, I'm gonna expect you to get some work done. So now I'm putting pressure on you, and that's that's the best way to get any work done is when somebody knows you're slacking and they put pressure on you to be productive. At least that's how it is for me. Okay. Not gonna lie, I seriously thought this would be something I could do in like, I don't know, an hour or two. I did not know that doing this would take this long. But it's like I want to make sure that it's not just accurate to the reference, but because the reference has an interesting kind of, design to it, I don't want that to be lost. So I'm trying to I'm kind of taking, extra time to make sure that it's an actual, like, fairly cool design. Just like it's not just, sticking to the reference for the sake of it. It's also, wanting it to have a good design. No, this is just gonna be a regular snake. Um, it's not gonna have a weird body. There's gonna be two designs. Like there's gonna be one for Guardian Instance, which is the regular snake, and I'm gonna use the head of the snake for a design for Diver, and I'm gonna probably put it on a human body or something. that's enough for now. Um, Okay, now I think we could start with the repeated pattern. This is pretty much the most difficult part. I think actually I can just repeat this. Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's coming along. This is way harder than I thought it was gonna be, honestly. So I'm glad it's coming along. I think the difficult part is over. Now I'm going to just make a repeated pattern for the scales for the rest of the snake. Hang on, let me save this. Imagine if I didn't save any of this. I just lost it all. snake. I did see that when I was looking at references. Looks cool if you want to go for a drag. Yeah, let's just start this whole thing over. No, I'm kidding. No, I think I don't necessarily want to go for the dragon look. Also, I've already done this, so I gotta go with this. But I also did make a dragon like earlier this year. I was doing a tutorial, so if I went to get more look, well, I think I made the head, I think, of one. So I kind of already have one of those. Oh, so horned snake just has horns. I see. Yeah, horns. I think for when I use this for the design for diver, I might add horns or something, or like multiple eyes, like somebody else suggested. I think for this though, I want to stick to regular snake. Like, basically, the reasoning is because the general idea I had is that certain kind of demon creatures in the world of Guardian Instance, like the idea is that they take the form of like different animals that exist, and so having, you know, like a stylized one or like a hybrid one wouldn't really mesh with that. So I kind of like the idea that they resemble kind of even though I'm obviously not doing the snake to be like verbatim and like 100% the design, but you know what I mean. Like, it's the idea is that they kind of resemble, that they can take the form of actual animals. But horns is not a bad idea for like an alien version, because that'll set it apart from like an actual snake from Earth. Plus, that's really easy to do. Like, I just slap horns on it. Or maybe instead of 4 eyes, maybe it'll have like 3 eyes, like the alien version, not the actual. And I'm gonna do that after the snake is done, like the full snake is done. So maybe like it's like a cyclops snake or something like that. When for the, you know, the diver version, and maybe horns. I don't know. chameleon eyes. Yeah, maybe. I mean, that would set it apart from like a regular snake. Again, that's for after it's for after it actually is a snake. Because I need two versions. I need the actual snake version. And then I'm gonna turn it into an alien. Actually, I think instead of horns, I'm gonna give it like antennas. Because that way they can kind of move. Because horns don't really move. Maybe like kind of like grasshopper antennas. And that's for like if there's like insect. Or maybe that'll be for the head version when it turns into a head. The diver version. Even though that's just me giving myself more work to make them actually move, but still I think that would make it more dynamic. And then maybe it could be like electricity comes off of the antennas, which isn't that hard to do in terms of an effect. Also, I should point out that this is most likely going to be just like a background character, like in Diver. In Guardian Instance, it'll be like the snake version is going to be a main prominent character, but in Diver, he's most likely going to be like a character you see one time, and then that's kind of it. Which is why I didn't, and I don't want to make like an actual. I don't want to go out of my way to make like an actual body or something like that for because right now I just need a lot of alien creatures for this upcoming episode where there's a party. So these, this row here. Oh, hey, how's it going? Hang on. As I say that, I have to take a quick break. Hang on. I'll be back in like a minute. Okay, let's let's finish this guy. Okay, so now is relatively easy part. Now this intricate scales is kind of over, so now just have to make the repeated part. Let's combine all these. Crap. Hang on. I should have, before I combined all these, I should have done this. Given this an edge. I'll just take this time to say I appreciate anyone watching this Snake series stream, because I understand how tedious this must be. I apologize. I feel like the things I typically work on aren't like this tedious, but so thanks everybody who actually stuck it out and watched this. I mean, I feel like I'm kind of used to doing it, but like, typically when I work, people aren't watching, so I'm like, whenever I'm doing something tedious, I'm like, yeah, this is just how it is. But yeah, thanks for obliging me, and hopefully it'll be, you know, cool to see it when it's all done. Also, speaking of it being, seeing it when it's all done, the new episodes of Guardian Instance are always, and I think, going to be the only series, I don't know if I'm going to do this with Diver, that comes out early on my Patreon page, so like, if anybody's been watching that series and wants to see it like a couple of days or like a week before it gets released publicly, check out Patreon page. You can donate like any amount of money. It's not like there's not like a requirement, like $20 to watch. Just if you wanted to donate $1 or 1,000, it's up to you. I felt weird. I was like, when I was making the Patreon, I kind of felt weird creating what do they call rewards on Patreon, isn't it? I forget what it's called now. Oh, tiers. Yeah, I felt weird creating like tiers, like $5 do this, like, so you could just, anything I do on Patreon is just any amount of money. Or any amount of money that you are willing to spare. And especially, you know, during this quarantine, it definitely helps. Anything you guys are willing to share, but at the same time, everything I do is probably always going to be eventually public, even if it's like comes out a week after Patreon or something. I don't think I'm ever going to do only Patreon content. Even though I was thinking about maybe doing that for Guardian Instance, but maybe like special episodes. Like for this new episode, I was thinking maybe of doing like a 3D episode. And so maybe like the regular version will be public and the 3D version will be only Patreon. But the thing about 3D is, and I've done, for those of you who've seen Dead Star, you know that I've done a few episodes that were in 3D. The thing about 3D is I never know like who actually like watches 3D videos or has 3D glasses. So like with Dead Star, I spent a lot of time like framing it and making it and rendering it every shot twice so that it could be in 3D, and then I kind of did it thinking it'd be like a cool special thing, but then I didn't really think about the fact that like most people probably don't have 3D glasses or watch a lot of 3D things. So I do, but well, I don't watch a lot of 3D videos, but I have 3D glasses. But like, but yeah, so that's why I haven't been sure about whether to do anything 3D with Diver or Guardian Instance, because I'm like I'd like to do it, just because I think it'd be like a cool extra thing, but I don't know, like practically, especially this stage of making the shows where there's not that many viewers, so it's like I think when there's more viewers, maybe I'll think more about it. No. I'm not making a Patreon tier for voice actors, but I don't think that would be a good idea. But maybe like they can. It would depend. It would be like. No, yeah, I don't think I'd do that. I don't think so. Like, yeah, I was thinking even if it was like an extra line, I don't think, having people, having anybody just, just donate money and they could be a voice of it. I don't think that's a good precedent to set. Just for like future, reference. Just for like maybe like now probably wouldn't be a big deal, but in the future I don't think that's a good that's the best idea. I already did the posters, but tiers aren't that important though. At least not at this stage. Not when there's not. Maybe if I had more, if I there was like a lot of followers. Um, but that's the thing is I don't have a lot of extra content right now anyway. Like if I had a lot of extra things like that I had time to do, like I don't know, like behind the scenes thing. I don't even know if how many people would be interested in that, but like if I had a lot of extra things, maybe. But like I don't have, making a poster is a lot of time, so it's like I don't have like a ton of posters that I don't release, because that would be like spending multiple days away from actually making the show to make a poster for something that maybe people will sign up for, maybe they won't. So right now doing kind of extra things that it's not really it's not viable, I guess would be the word, but maybe in the future. That's why I'm saying, like, it's not that I'll never have tiers or like rewards like that. It's just that right now it's not really because I thought about doing like maybe live streams are just for people on Patreon, but then I felt like that's also not like it's also not like something that I don't know how many people following me are that interested in, and I want to do things that people who are following the show would be interested in, not just people who are interested in animation or Blender or anything like that, like just people who just like the show. Like I wouldn't want to cater a Patreon for just people who are interested in like seeing how it's made, or who are interested in animation. So there's that too, and so yeah, there's a lot of reasons, but we'll see. Yeah, I thought about selling merch. We'll see about that. I was thinking about that yesterday, actually. I forget why I was thinking about that. What did I see that was about merch? I forget, but yeah, I was thinking about that. But yeah, I may start doing that, but that's another thing where not sure how many people would buy it, but I might try it to see like how many people would be interested, and then take it from there. Because the thing is, like, not that many people watch the show yet, so you know, to go, I think, and not that many people follow me. Not that many people who do watch the show follow me or on social media and all that. So it's right now the people who like watch the show and would buy merch or who are like, like closely following it, are it's kind of unclear at the moment. And so, creating plans like that are kind of difficult because it's like because there's a lot of people who are just subscribed to see like where the show goes mostly, not necessarily like that they buy a shirt with Zara or Zeke or on it or something. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's complicated. And also that's another thing. Making merch and all that stuff is it's work, and I'd have to ship it, and there's a lot that goes into that. So it's like you wanna put your energy into things that uh, into things you feel like will pay off. Because that's one of those things that will require a lot of work. Hopefully that makes sense. Well, thank you. I think that's Thorn, right? That's your account. I always forget. D Blim. Yeah, but first, like before, also shipping would be oh, ship your design. Oh, right. That's right. That's right. I sold Dead Star T-shirts. I don't think it was Teespring. I forget where did I? Maybe it was. And I have a Dead Star T-shirt, but yeah, I forget what site that was. But yeah, I did sell Dead Star T-shirts for like a short time, and then I don't think it's up anymore. But then it was like the same kind of situation where I put like a lot of work into making T-shirts and and sharing it on social media and all those things, and like nobody bought it. No one was interested, and it was like a lot of time and effort kind of wasted. And it was that time where I think I had more Facebook followers, and I think I had around the same subscribers that I do now for Diver. So yeah. I also thought of, I mean, this would probably come way after, selling t-shirts, but I also thought of like selling like figurines or whatever, like 3D printed models of the characters or something like that. That was something I wanted to do since like before Dead Star. I mean, before Diver even started. Just because when I was making the designs, I was like, oh, these are cool. Like I'd like to have designs of of like Zara and her and her diving pod or something like that. Like I was looking at the final designs and thinking, like, this is cool. Um, but obviously, then before anyone knew about the show, I couldn't sell anything like that. But that's something that is probably for when the show gets kind of more viewers and things like that. That's the thing. It's like a lot of these things are kind of more for later. It's like more ideas for later, where more people are kind of paying attention and following, and are kind of more invested in the show. Because right now the show's very much at a. It's not like it's at a stage where people are kind of like interested to see where it's going more so than like, oh, I'm so invested, I want to buy a shirt of the character, and I learned from Dead Star that it's important to keep in mind. Uh, it's important to keep that in mind. Who's following and who's like who's like how many people, how much engagement you're actually getting, rather than looking at just like the numbers of how many people subscribed or how many people are following. Like look at the numbers of people who are actually like kind of engaging. That's something that I kind of learned the hard way from Dead Star, um, and that's something that I try to keep in mind because like if it was up to me, I'd be like, yeah, let's sell like t-shirts and do everything like right now. But I know better. Yeah, I mean, most of the people you see are probably people with like followings and an audience, though, and a bigger, like established, not audience. I mean, if they're doing art, then it's not audience, but you know what I mean. No. I no Dead Star doesn't. I wouldn't sell a T-shirt for Dead Star. Uh, I mean that would sell probably even less than a Diver one because I'm not doing that anymore, and people are. No, that wouldn't be it. Um, Dead Star on Blu-ray. Uh, I don't think so. I mean that's if Dead Star got a Blu-ray release one day, that'd be something. But no, that was I mean that no. There's like maybe 10 people at the most who would probably buy would be interested in a Dead Star, and who isn't a voice actor in the show. a desert t-shirt, which is probably less than somebody who would be interested in a diver t-shirt, because I think I get more engagement, more interest from that. But it's not. It's no. It's not. It's like I think people when they see Dead Star, they think it has more uh, active, engaged followers in it than it did or does. And I also made that mistake too when I did try to sell T-shirts and all that stuff. 369. Every time I hear that, I feel like singing that Get Low, Lil Jon song. Um, yeah, it's coming along. It's coming along. It's progressing a bit. But yeah, on the topic of like merch and all that, it's one of those things where you kind of, especially because it takes a certain amount of work and well, actually, t-shirts and things wouldn't be that much work, but it's one of those things where you got to sort of you want to do it at the right time, and that's kind of what I'm hoping to do. And if you don't believe me, ask. Well, Thorn, you have like you make films as well and everything, so you could you could back me up on that, right? It's like it's one of those things where you're like, where especially making your own, when you're making your own, when making the actual movies and everything is already a lot of work. It's like you always want to kind of budget your time right. I was thinking about though. I think I might do this as like extra content. It won't be like a a higher tier or anything like that, but I was thinking about doing like kind of like audio. Maybe there would be some visual or something to it, but like audio kind of skits with the diver characters. Because like animating it would be too much and it would take away time from the episodes. But like I was thinking about doing like kind of like maybe 2 minute skits or something like that with the main characters like getting in some shenanigans or something like that. I was thinking that'd be kind of interesting. And but yeah, that might be something that I put on Patreon. Because I keep thinking of like what would be like extra content that people would really, you know, would be interested in. Now I'm just trying to figure out how long the snake actually is. And maybe I'll do like a poll or something. Like in terms of what you guys would want to see. Maybe I'll post it on like Twitter. How many of you guys have Twitter actually? Because I'm realizing also that not that many people that I post most of the updates and things on Twitter, and I'm realizing not that many people who follow the show have Twitter, and a lot of people subscribe through like Facebook and Reddit and other places. So I think maybe I'll do like a poll of like what like what kind of content you guys would like to see on Patreon. Because I think something like a funny sort of comedic skits with the main characters or something would be kind of cool. It's something I was kind of thinking about doing anyway, because the episodes take so long to make, and it would be cool to have some content kind of in between there. Because I mean, for myself, I work on Guardian Instants in between that time, but like the audience don't really have content in between, besides like the live streams, in between episodes. I think this is long enough. Alright, let's copy that, delete that. Perhaps skits where people can relate. I don't know about that. Doing Naruto moves? I don't really know what that means. You mean skills that would have something to do with something other than the show? Study other people's Patreons, dude. No, I don't think. I mean, no one has a Patreon like this. So I mean, no one has a show like this. That I mean, I know I have friends of mine, but it's like, I mean, that's not. It wouldn't be the same thing. Yeah, I don't think people doing the characters doing Naruto moves would. I don't think that's gonna fly. But I don't know how many people would relate to that. I think you mean by relate, you mean like have them have something that has something to do with something popular. But I don't think that's a good idea. Especially since Divers like is its own thing. I don't think it would be. I mean, I don't think it would be like have them do like have pop culture references. I think if it's funny, that'll be fine because it would also be a good opportunity for me to like kind of explain more about the show and the world and things like that for people to like kind of feel so that when people watch the actual episodes they kind of see references and kind of understand more about things too. And yeah, something like that. But yeah, in terms of studying other people's Patreons, I mean, I know of many friends who have web series too, but it's still not. It's that wouldn't necessarily not everything they do would apply to kind of my situation too. And also, I don't really know any um, other sort of animators who are doing web series that have like a lot of patrons and have you know like a lot of patrons who are sort of uh, who are following their Patreon like closely. Especially since most people who have like like a lot of or are making like significant amounts of money on Patreon, I've already have kind of a lot of like a following and like a lot of engaged kind of viewers for kind of what they're doing already. And I'm not at that stage yet. I do not feel like making a whole other pattern for the tail, so I'm just gonna repeat this again. that's what I was trying to do. Okay. You could make educational content on. That's not really my thing. I don't think I would do that for Patreon. Um, I'm also not sure how many people would be like willing to pay for that, but because there's many videos like that on YouTube. But like, nah, it's educational stuff like tutorials and stuff. I had the chance to actually have like kind of a career in that a couple years ago, but that's not my thing. Plus, like, to just do that to ultimately, get more viewers or whatever. I don't think I would. I don't think I would need to do that, especially because it's something I don't want to do. So it's like, even if it did get more viewers, ultimately I'd be like, well, I don't want to do this anymore. And so all the people who did join because they liked the educational stuff, then be kind of letting them down. But that's the thing. I'd rather focus on just honestly just making the story uh, as good as I can. Hopefully, people just like the show for being a show. I'm not really not that interested in getting viewers just to see like how I made it. Um, Even if that's cool that people are interested in it, and it's why I do like doing live streams and things like that. But at the same time, it's not it's not really what I want to do. Like as a I don't want to rely on that to get in people, if you know what I mean. Like it would be something like I did do a video, and I do post content, including this, to show like different ways that I make the show, but not as like, you know, not as like something paid or something that I would be doing to get in more viewers and things like that. I'd rather have people like it just as a show, and then, you know, have some extra things here and there, like how I've been doing. Also, I mean, if this is on the topic of Patreon, that definitely wouldn't be something I would do for Patreon either. think that's the best we're gonna get. Well, thanks, Urban Midnight. Maybe it's just stubbornness. But I hope you're right. I hope it is dedication. Okay, so I'm gonna give this a rattlesnake, even though this obviously is not a rattlesnake. Snake. I'm gonna give it like a sort of hard, kind of armored end on the tail, because It kind of has something to do with the story. Like it kind of needs it for story purposes. Look forward to seeing a snake in action. Yeah, me too. Me too. I hope, never actually animated a snake, so I hope I do it right, basically. I'm actually starting to realize that I should probably just use curves to actually animate it. I probably don't need an actual rig for it. Or, I mean, yeah. Like, I don't need to give it actual bones. I think I just need to give it like a path to move through. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll show you guys kind of what I mean at the end of the stream, which should be ending soon because I've been doing this for a while. Let me save. pretty much done. Now I'm just nitpicking. Oh yeah, sorry, I didn't. Curves are like a type of sort of way to manipulate models in Blender. How's it going, Mugen Animations? And yeah, this is one of the longest streams I've done recently. But I cannot believe, I still cannot believe this stupid snake took this long. This is not meant to take this long. Like, or maybe it does take this long, and I was just hoping to get it done really quickly. But man, this took a long time. Okay, I think this is done. So we got an end piece. Okay. Well, this stream was about 5 hours now, and then I think I worked on it for like 20 minutes on the first stream, and then last stream was 2 hours. So that's like 7.5 hours just on this stupid snake. It's important though. I mean, it's not like it's just, you know, some random thing that's gonna be in the background. Still, cannot believe it took this long. Yeah, so this is done. Now I'm just nitpicking. I want this to be a different color. Maybe yellow. And now this part of the tail is gonna have like kind of a hard surface, kind of rattle, sort of like a rattlesnake. And I'll do that later. I don't feel like doing it right now. Okay. Okay, yeah, I think that's it. That's it for today. Finish the snake. I was gonna do something after, but no, it's too late. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get something to eat and then try to get something else done. So yeah, thanks. Special thanks to anybody who watched these snake streams, because I know these are tedious, because they were tedious for me. So appreciate everybody who stuck by, and hopefully the next stream won't be as tedious. Hopefully it'll be. I think it'll probably be animating something for the new episode, so it'll be a little more interesting. But yeah, thanks everybody for watching.